LibreNMS, we just kept a single session because most of you have done LibreNMS at some point earlier, and again it is just it's a simple installation and simple configuration thing, LibreNMS, but for Icinga it's a little bit complicated. That is why we are keeping 2 sessions for Icinga. And then third day, second session, we'll be looking at alerting mechanisms of both applications, LibreNMS and Icinga. Again, one of the important sessions. So that is why we are moving tomorrow's session to 1st of June, because I wanted all of you to be at that session. Otherwise, you won't get an idea on how to configure the alerting systems on those monitoring systems. So if you don't have the alerting on a monitoring system, that means there's no use of that when there's an emergency. So that is why we'll be doing it on 1st of June. Okay, so this is the guide, and then I'll come back to my overview slides because I kept few things just to make clear what we discussed previously. So last week we discussed why we need monitoring, what monitoring is, and what to monitor and why to monitor. So those things we described. So basically we'll be looking at availability and utilization on LibreNMS, and then the availability and alerting on Icinga. So the things that you monitor depends on your environment. So basically for us, it will be mostly routers, switches, or maybe some of the web application that we support. But for you as an admin in an institute, you will have a lot of other services as well. Maybe you are monitoring DNS, maybe you are monitoring your email service, maybe HTTP services, a lot of network devices, switches, maybe CCTV, lot of things. So those things can be monitored. And last week, I pointed out the importance of an NOC, why you need an NOC to your institute. If you don't have a NOC at the moment, please try to set up an NOC. So it will make your life easy to do the monitoring and troubleshooting of a lot of incidents. If you have a lot of devices in your institute, if you have a lot of users in your institute, definitely NOC will come in handy, because it is a single place that everyone will come and meet you, and every alert will be there. Then when we look into the monitoring topologies, this will be the typical topology. So there will be a management VLAN which connects all the devices in your network. So basically in this case, we'll be looking at things like routers or switches, or maybe even servers. So all these monitoring device, all these devices will be connected to this particular management VLAN. So that through this management VLAN, we can do the monitoring. So the monitoring servers will also be connected into the management VLAN. Then what you are going to monitor. So these are some of the examples that I came up with, and you can see the routers. Routers can be used as the devices that we monitor, and the network switches. So those network switches should have the manageable capabilities. Otherwise, you can't monitor those switches most of the time. So manageable means it should have an IP address and a management portal to provide different data. The layer 2 unmanageable devices might not be able to do that, because they might not have an IP address or any management connectivity. Then any server that you host in your server means the physical servers. Servers can be monitored, and then the services, the things that you host on those servers. So it can be either a HTTP service, it can be either a DNS service, email, any other service can be monitored using these monitoring systems. Likewise, there can be different applications, can be web apps, can be standalone apps, and they can be monitored. And then IoTs and different sensors. So most of the time, if you are dealing with IoTs and different sensors in your network, definitely you need to have some kind of a monitoring system. So these things again can be done, can be monitored using those monitoring systems. CCTV monitoring means not looking at the images, but looking at the availability of those devices. So that also can be done. And then the end user devices. End user devices can be either PCs, desktops, laptops, or maybe even anything that is connected via Wi-Fi. So that is again can be done using monitoring system. So that is, so whatever the thing that you are monitoring completely depends on your policies, and you need to define policies on saying these are the things that you are going to monitor and these are the things that you will be monitoring. Okay, so how to monitor? So these monitoring systems, they will use a lot of different ways of doing the monitoring. There are basic things like SNMP, ICMP, but other than that, there are things like agent-based monitoring as well. So basically, you will see SNMP-based monitoring. SNMP we discussed last week. And then there will be things like an agent-based monitoring. Agent-based means there's a particular software or maybe a script that you should put into the device that you are monitoring. So if you are monitoring a server, you have to install a particular software in that server, so that software will run or it will do scheduled tasks and get the details of your service or the server, and then send back to the monitoring system. So that is called an agent. So there are a lot of agent-based systems. LibreNMS, Icinga2 both support agent-based monitoring. And then ICMP. So ICMP basically used to do the availability checking, and a lot of monitoring systems, they use ICMP or ping to do the monitoring of the availability. So if you are doing the SNMP based monitoring, there will be two parts, SNMP server and then the SNMP client. So SNMP server in this case will be whatever the device that you are monitoring. So it can be a router, it can be a switch, or it can be a server. If in case of a server, you have to install SNMP packages. So it can be a Linux server, it can be a Windows server, but you have to install SNMP packages and then configure those SNMP details on those packages. If it's a router or a switch, they may have the SNMP configuration in your device. You just have to tune them to match your monitoring system. So most of those things, configuring routers, configuring switches, we discussed last week hands-on. If you go to SNMP hands-on, you will see how to install the SNMP client on a server. So in this case, SNMP client means you are just installing a client to see or retrieve data from a SNMP server. So when you are doing an SNMP based monitoring, sometimes some of those applications might require you to install SNMP on that server, otherwise it will do it from that particular application. But the generic way is just installing SNMP client on your server, and then you can do manual reading of those particular devices. So this is the client installation in manual, and then there are different router switch configuration examples given here, basically for Cisco, HP, Aruba stuff. So after that, there are several testing SNMP use cases. You can just go through them. So the basic thing, you have to install or configure SNMP strings in the in a router, in a switch, or whatever the service that you're going to monitor. And then from the monitoring system side, sometimes you might require to install the SNMP client, or otherwise it will come with your package. So that is how the SNMP based monitoring happens. And the way how it happens is your SNMP client will do continuous polling, or it will ask your SNMP server continuously to send SNMP data, and then every time your device will send SNMP based data to your monitoring system. So that is what happens. So the request will be a simple request. So your SNMP client will do a request asking some data, and then your SNMP server might send a lot of data based on that request. So that is what happened on SNMP based monitoring. When you go into agent based monitoring, you will be installing an agent in whatever the device. Basically, it will be servers. And if you have a Linux based networking device, then again, you can install those agents. But the generic devices like Cisco, maybe HP or any other networking device might not be able to do that, because they won't allow you to install any applications on that. But if it's a Linux based networking device, sometimes you can do that agent installation. So that agent have to be pre-installed in your system, and then based on that agent's configuration, agent will send data to your monitoring system. So that is what happened on agent based monitoring. Okay, so now let's see what happens on LibreNMS. So this is an example LibreNMS installation we did, and you can see there are several tabs, menus, and this is what the front page, we called it as the dashboard. So in this dashboard, you can add things like let's say, there's nothing to add like this. The widget. Top interfaces. Okay, so there's a widget. So I just included the widget, top interfaces, and then device summary, availability map. So these are widgets, and you can simply configure your dashboard, so you will get an overview into your system. Then you can add different devices. We'll look into these details in the configuration. So here we have kept few example devices, and then services. So in this case, we haven't configured any services, because all the devices that are connected to this particular instance are like network devices. That is why there's no services. But if there were a different server monitored, then you can have different services. And then ports, you can check all the ports based on the device. If there were wireless devices, so in this case, this is a wireless device, you can see the wireless connectivity graphs, health, different apps if you were running apps. And then since there are different routing devices, these are the routing data that you will see if you are running routing system. So then these are the notifications. In this case, you can see there were several notifications from these particular devices. Likewise, we can have a lot of configurations on LibreNMS, and the point here is LibreNMS is kind of a LibreNMS is kind of a system that use a lot of details like SNMP. It can use agent base, it can use ICMP, and a lot of other things as well. So things like smoke pin or things like NF net flows, those data can be associated with LibreNMS, and because of that, LibreNMS is a heavy system, and it will require a lot of RAM and a lot of processing power to your system, because to run effectively in your system, because it does a lot of polling every minute. So that is why it's we are saying that that as an heavy system. Okay, so doing the installation of LibreNMS, like to invite Tuan to continue with the installation. Tuan?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Tilina. I hope everyone can hear me. And yeah, so shall I share my screen? Yeah. I hope everyone can see the screen and you can clearly hear me. Sometimes there will be some network droppings and issues will be there, but other than that, I think everyone can hear as well. And yeah, so this is the configuring LibreNMS on Ubuntu. I'm going to install this one in server, Ubuntu server 20. It's a LTS one, and it is the most latest one, and these are the required guides. So to install the LibreNMS, you need Ubuntu, and already I think from the last workshop we in here setting up the Ubuntu part was there, and I hope everyone configured Ubuntu to install LibreNMS. And so in here we are going to use Nginx, not Apache. And after that, and once so sometimes maybe you guys may be installing in your own machine using a VM, or else sometimes you may be remotely accessing your servers using SSH, and you better log into those, and after that then log in as root using sudo su. And so basically I'm going to even you guys also can see from the agenda all the necessary steps are given in here. And so to install, first we have to install the packages, software properties common and repository universe, and then you have to update, and then you have to use composer these Python scripts, and you have to run those things, and you have to install those things. And then once you install, I hope you guys are doing the workshop, I mean the hands-on with me. So I'm here to just to guide you, and I will not showing anything. The thing is, how we already configured the LibreNMS in here. So, and as Thilina showed before, And also then you have to add the users. In here we are using user in here, adding a user for LibreNMS. And after that, once you configure these parts for the installation packages, then you have to go to the adding user for LibreNMS. And then once you add the user in the system, and after that you have to clone from GitHub all the, then in here you have to change the directory, and you have to run the script from here. And after that you have to set the permissions, and these are the permissions, the lines, command lines you have to give. I hope already some of you guys already installed LibreNMS and running. And in earlier workshops also, one workshop or two, I think we from learn we have given the instructions, and this one is a separate one. And after that, once you clone the LibreNMS from the GitHub, and after that you have to install the PHP dependencies. And in here you have to use these dependencies, and if in here if there's something happen, it means if these scripts were fail, then you have to use this one. So if someone is doing, you can, I think someone can share your screen with me. And after that you have to set the time zone, and in here we use Asia Colombo. And you have to, in here you can use any editing one. You can use nano or else vi edit, and in here you have to edit these php dot ini once, and after that then you have to use the time zone. In here you have to find date time zone, and you have to remove this one. The thing is that in here it already commented, so you have to remove the comment from here, the colon, and then it will be okay. I mean, I think it's already commented, and in here you have to put this one in there. It's already empty. So Asia Colombo, you have to, you can check this, you can take this from the time zone PHP, or else you can just copy and paste from here. And once you set the time zone, then you have to configure the DB. We are using MariaDB in here, the database, and so you have to edit this one, and you have to add these 2 lines within MySQL D. So anyone who's doing, you can talk with me, or else. And after that you have to restart it, save, and you have to restart the database, and after that you have to enable, and you have to restart again, and after that you have to log in to MySQL database, and after that you have to create a database for LibreNMS. In here creating LibreNMS, in here we are using identified, the password is as password. These things you can change, okay, as your wish. You can change those things. In here we are just using as password at password, and we are installing these things in the local host. And once you configure the the DB database, and after that you have to go through the PHP. Then in here we have to copy from here to here, from pool to LibreNMS, and after that same like that, and then you have to edit it and change. In here you can see there's a ww already. You can see that one in the vi, and after that you have to change it to LibreNMS, and then change the LibreNMS and user equal to LibreNMS, and these things you should change. And after configuring these things, and you have to use the web server configuration. And in here you have to edit this one, LibreNMS config file, and in here we are using in here as learn librenms.learn.com, or else you can use for example we are using learn.com, or else you can use normally we can use librenms learn.ac.lk, or else you can use your institute name in here. And after that you have to save it, and you have to restart Nginx and PHP. And so in here you have to restart it, and you have to restart PHP and Nginx, and after that you have to enable these commands. How to run these two commands, and after that then you have the configuration of SNMPD, and in here you have to configure this one. In here as you wish, you can use nano vi to edit this one. And after that in here the random strings will be go there you can see something like this, and you can set that one as your own. And once you done with these things, you have to enable and restart the SNMPD, and then you have to do the cron job. So if you haven't done this one, sometimes there may be errors will be there with the LibreNMS systems. So better you do the cron job as well. And after that you have to do this one, copy log rotate config, and after that you have to do the web installer. So in here once you are once you install all the scripts and everything, and then you have to use your browser, and you have to use you have to give the IP address, and after that you can view this window, this page from your browser. And in here it will shows all the pre-installed checks and been already installed one, the PHP, MySQL, and those everything will be checked out. And if there's not, it means there's something errors with your installation. And if these things are not in green color or something like that, then you have to configure it again. And after that in here you can see this one is a config database, and after that you have to add the users, and after that you have to validate. So in here after that, once you are completed, then you have to click it in here, and it will goes to configure database, and then in here you have to give the unit socket and the username and your password and the database name you have to give. And after that, the creating user, then you have to use how many users, then I mean you can add the users in here, and after that you have to add it and after that it will goes to the final installation, and then you have to validate your install. So before going up to that, you first will have to install the packages and how to go on. So I will stop my share from here, and if someone can share your screen with me. If anyone who's willing to share.
Guys, so if anyone doing the installation, you can simply share your screen so anyone else can see what we are doing.
Yeah, that's why.
So this should be some kind of a collaborative effort, not just we doing all the things and showing you what to do.
So anyone, or else I have to randomly pick one. So better if you willingly raise your hand, or else just share your screen. Damit Dekanayaka is, yeah, sure. Yeah, Damit, you can share your screen. All right. So you are in processing, Damit, here in a plan installation.
Actually, I'm just installing. I just started.
I can hear you, but it's kind of dropping. Yeah, better to keep on sharing your screen, and then even for everyone can see that what they are doing also. Yeah, the direct messages are coming, but yeah, Damit is sharing it again. Yeah. And yeah, he's cloning the LibreNMS from the GitHub. I think because of the Adamit, are you using with your own PC, or just connecting to your universities or institute one? I think because of the installation part, I think he's not be able to have the,
And actually, I connected to campus network by VPN. By University.
okay. Yeah. Anyway, you can keep sharing your screen and yeah, everyone can see that one. Thank you, Damit. I think, yeah, because of the internet, it's getting dropped. But someone else who's willing to share their screen? One who is with a good internet connection. Rather than I'm doing and showing this one to you, it's better if someone of you can share your screen and show that one with others. Okay. Yeah, Zahir is sharing. Yeah, I think his connection is okay.
Hello, Tuan.
Yeah.
Tuan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, actually, my internet is very slow.
Yeah, it's
take
okay.
long time to install.
No, it's fine. Is it from your own PC or else you are connected to your university?
Yeah, my own PC.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
my
So
own PC.
the thing is, that's why. So the data consuming is going on. So
Yeah,
will
the same
be-
time, in
Yeah.
my area is very low band.
No, it's fine. Yeah, you better keep on sharing the screen. Then, if there's something we can discuss, or else just you can keep your
Okay, sure.
mic off, and other than then it will be again and again it will be dropped. That's why.
Thank you.
Even nowadays, everyone's internet connection is a bit slow, even with the dedicated lines, or else even if it is wireless ones.
And sometimes even these packages might take some time based on the location where those things are hosted. So it says lk.archive, but I'm not sure whether that is already actually hosted in Sri Lanka, maybe somewhere in US or maybe Singapore.
And those who are step beyond this one, then better to proceed that one. And if there's something you have to ask, you can have the chat section, you can type it and everyone can see, rather than direct messaging us So even you can direct message, but for the common, if you have any common questions and all, you can put as everyone, and you can send it to us, and we are ready to help you guys. I think there's a connection error. Someone else to share their screen. I think Zahid's network connection is not that much strong. That's why that it happened. Thank you, Zahid, for sharing your screen. And someone else, if someone else willing to share your screen. Tilina, shall we point out randomly someone?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Otherwise,
The only thing is that we are not sure whether they are actually doing this
yeah, that's
from
right.
their home.
Or else just whether they are just watching this one, or else they're just away from the screen.
Yeah. So the best would be getting a volunteer. So
Yeah, that's why.
yeah, we have around 35 people today.
You just have to share your screen. That's all. Yeah, Damit is sharing his screen. Yes, we can see.
Yeah, so seems like Damit and Sahir are the only people
Only
doing
two
this.
people, yeah.
Others can talk, others can ask any question. Don't just type them on the chat. You can simply talk with us. We like to hear your voices. Since we couldn't see you in 2 years. So actually, if I remember correctly, the last workshop physically we did was on 2020 March or February. That was on identity management or something. So after that, we haven't seen you since that. So just switch on your camera if you have a good internet connection. Just talk with us.
Yeah, otherwise the session will be bored. I think anyway, so from I think it's in its the download speeds and everything is really slow. I guess that's why even the connection, even from the outside, it's raining. Anyone who's like to share the screen?
So the usual suspects are like Vijay Kanthan, Ninosha, Pradeepan, Kobe, Vatsala, Ratnayaka, Sashi, then Kiru, who else? Ivanka. Any of you guys, how are you doing? If you're doing, please share the screen.
In here, in the
Hello, I'm Vatsala. I'm on the way to configuring the database.
oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
So it means you're far away from the others. That's good.
Okay.
And yeah, in here it's in the chat section. There's someone is who Inosha was asking about set fact L, and it means that you have to set the file access control list. And yeah, he's exit from the database, and after that he's in the next step. Now he's going to configure the PHP. Tivanka, is that your own PC or else you are remotely accessing some of your server? Tivanka, can you hear me?
Oh, okay, so Tivank is chatting and yeah, he's using a VM.
Yeah.
That is okay. Okay, VMing.
It's in the chat. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, better. I mean, if who knows if his connection is stable. Okay, and after that we change the www to LibreNMS, and after that you have to change the user and the group names to LibreNMS. And this is a reminder that we are using Nginx, not Apache servers. Have some slight differences, but sometimes some may be uh, familiar with Apache and not familiar with Nginx. And I think you don't need to add that one. If there's no any PHP application on the server, then you have to remove that www.conf to save some resources. So you better continue that one. Then you have to configure the web server. In the screen, yeah, you can use your institute name, yeah, and you delete that part with the within brackets you're using. Otherwise, when you're running that one, then there will be some errors. In the meanwhile, better check that the Nginx is running. Let's check the status of the Nginx. So if not, better restart the Nginx and continue the work.
So when you are configuring SNMP d.conf on etc SNMP, again, you have to configure it with your own configuration. So in our example, we specifically mentioned that set your own community string. So in case of Tivanka, he used something like public, but for your institute, it might not be the same. So it can be something else. Yeah, thanks to Tivanka. Sorry, actually that was not public. The public string was com2sec. Yeah, you can use anything. Yeah, please continue.
And yeah, received. Yeah, it's a success. And yes, we can see Dylan also shared his screen. Now he's configuring his time and date.
So if this, if Tivanka's installation is okay, we can check this, check his web configuration, because I might take some time.
This one is, yeah, Tivanka, yeah, it's okay. Then after that, you have to, in the database, we have to click the next one. And after that, configure the database. I think sometimes, what about the time on your PC? The time between this server and the MySQL database is so time. I think that once you set the time zone, then you have to apply it. All right. Then you have to put a username and just a password.
So basically what happened is, if you don't set up the time zone correctly, it will defaults to UTC time. Systems will work, but your alerting, your monitoring things, everything will be on the UTC time. So that is like 5.5 hours earlier. So that will be the only difference. So there are, the thing is, if you are hosting multiple servers in different geographical locations, let's say you have a location in Sri Lanka, one in Singapore and one in England, then Normally most of the time people use UTC without using a single timeline because there will be multiple persons working on different timelines.
Okay, then you have to validate it. That the error message is there. That's why server and the MySQL database, as Tirana mentioned. I think set time zone have the issue. Tivanka, I think you better restart it again. Nginx and the PHP. I hope others also have completed some point. It will be easy if you do it with us. And yeah, the time zone, that Asia / Colombo, don't keep any spaces. I think if you copy and paste that one, there will be some kind of error sometimes. And yes, I hope everyone can see Tilina's screen also. Tilina and Tivanka.
Okay, so one point from me, when you're creating users, don't, so in our example, we kept the username as admin, but in your production servers, don't put admin as your default user, because admin is kind of a common name. So every time the bots and the people who are trying to get into your system try username admin for the brute forces. So please use some other name, maybe your name. So in this case, if you can see my screen, I'm using Tilina as the username. And for the password, if this particular system is open to the internet, please put a strong password. Otherwise, again, it will be a problem. So that is something from me.
Tivanka is showing some issues in the database include column. I think you better if drop it and create it again. If
Actually, you can do that fix. So normally in LibreNMS, when there's an issue in the configuration, they suggest what you should do. So just put that. Just go to your SQL and then
the statements.
yeah, just copy paste those two commands. It should work.
I hope that everyone is up to this level for the web installer section. And after that, once you log into the system, then you have to use in the devices tab, you can add devices from there. And in the guide, we have shown one example how to add the device.
Tuan, just give me a minute.
Yeah, sure.
So in that SQL issue, I hope everyone can see this. So what you have to do is just log into the SQL server as root, then change the database scheme database into the LibreNMS database, or the whatever the name that you created that particular database. And then you have to include those two SQL statements. So that is how it should be done. So it's not just logging into SQL and entering those two commands. You have to use that particular database as well. Yeah.
For those who have those issues, you can take the steps as Thigen said, and that's how you have to configure that one. In here, we have used the database name as, I think, LibreNMS, I guess.
So the default
Yes.
configuration of our configuration takes it as LibreNMS. So if you copy paste like me, then it should be it should be LibreNMS. So you can just simply enter show databases command and see what are the databases that have created in the MariaDB or SQL. So
Yeah, that's
case,
why. So this is yeah, that's why it shows the errors and everything.
You can use any name.
Yeah, but anyway,
Yeah.
better keep it that in mind. Otherwise, when configuring the other things, and errors will be there.
Okay, for me it seems like everything is okay.
Okay, right?
And it's giving me the add host part. Okay, so in our Nginx configuration, that URL is taken as librenms.learn.com, so it won't work. So you have to make sure you edit that. So in this Nginx configuration, there's something called server name. Server name should be whatever the DNS name that you are using for LibreNMS. So in this case, we have just kept librenms.learn.com.
And everyone, I think everyone can see Thigen's screen.
And then you can continue with adding devices. Yeah, Tivanka. Yeah, now Tivanka's one is already corrected. So you can simply go to, you can simply click on that LibreNMS icon, then it will go to the dashboard. Yeah.
Right, and also by clicking on the plus point, you can add the widgets also. And before that one, better to add devices. Yeah.
Yeah. First, add devices. Simply go to add device.
Yeah, and after that
And
you have to.
then you need to put the IP address and then SNMP details. So in this case, make sure you are entering an SNMP capable device. Otherwise, LibreNMS won't do the polling of that particular device. If you so there are ways of configuring agent based, but that is something complex. The simplest way is doing the SNMP. If you have an SNMP setup, just put the IP address and then the SNMP details, and then click add device. In case you don't have SNMP, you can simply click, you can simply put the IP address and then switch off the SNMP and then add the device. So Tivanka is putting one of his devices with the SNMP details. So here you can, if it's SNMP version 2, you just have to put community. That's also, you don't have to change SNMP version or anything else. But you have to mention the community.
Okay, I think it's been added.
The other thing is, if you don't mention the community, the one that were mentioned in the SNMP configuration earlier will be taken as the default value. So I guess Tivanka's one works because of that. So he has added 172.168.150. So in my case, I'll just add the device. Let's say, everyone knows this, but I don't know the SNMP value. So let's put it like this: Google DNS.
I think already he had one, and better to go to devices and go to manage groups or something like that. And it will take some time to sync.
Yeah, so in my case, there's a ungrouped device in the device groups because it doesn't know what sort of a device this is. That is why it's not grouped. So in this case, it doesn't show any device. So if I add a device, let's say test.
And also it will take some time to to add in the LibreNMS, and after that it will load all the details.
Now we have to add the root. I can't remember the ID that time.
Yeah, Tivanka, it will take some time. Once you add it, won't work in a sudden. So few minutes it will take.
Yeah, so if your SNMP works, then in maybe like 5 or 10 minutes time, you will see the details. So basically, it should take around 5 to 10 minutes to do the polling, because I guess we didn't went to 1 minute polling, so the default is like 5 minutes. So every 5 minutes it will do the polling.
Shall I share my screen from here? Then you can see the so this is a configured one, and in here this one is the you can keep on adding the widgets from here, and also in here you can see the devices, few devices we have added, and after that by clicking on the device, the device details and everything will be shown in here. This is the overview, and after that graphs and the device health and everything, and in here the process memory, everything will be shown in here, and after that the apps, ports, and the traffic, routing, logs, alerts, latency, we can add the network devices, servers, wireless connection, server, and everything we can add from here, something like that, by adding giving the host name and the community. I think all of you guys, I mean, have installed and came up to this level. And if there's any problems, issues, you can ask from us.
So if you have any questions, please ask, because we won't be discussing LibreNMS stuff on the other sessions, because most of the time we'll be focused on Icinga. Again, we might talk on LibreNMS during setting up the alerts. So basically email, and then we promise to tell you how to set up Telegram and then the Slack. So those two will be there. And again, just a reminder, please create your Slack for your institute beforehand, because it might take some time to do the Slack configuration. So that is why I'm asking you to configure to set up a Slack channel for your institute, Slack workspace for your institute, and then add whoever the participants in this workshop of your institute to that particular workspace. So it will make your life easy. Any questions? Yeah, so Inashi is asking how to configure SMS alerts. There are two ways. One is to utilize some sort of an API from a SMS gateway company. So all these SMS gateways, they provide web-based APIs. If your institute have a particular API, then use that, or otherwise you have to purchase one. In this case, we can't provide the API details for you because Alert doesn't have that particular service at the moment. So you have to find your own SMS gateway if you are doing it using web-based API. The other solution is to use a SMS dongle. You know, this small dongle thing that you put the SIM and go internet. So those 3G or 4G dongles, they support SMS capabilities. Plug in a such device to your monitoring server, and then you have to use some kind of a bash script or maybe a Python script to initiate the SMS from your console. If you have that script set up with whatever the phone numbers you have, then you can simply add that script as a CGI script and then connect it with LibreNMS. So that is how it might work. So it's a little bit a workaround. So if you have a SMS dongle, you can put a CGI script and then run your own SMS gateway. I hope Inosha might not mind that answer, because yeah, it is not the correct answer for the SMS alert. So best would be using a SMS gateway. And guys, yeah, I had a haircut. So there's another question asking, is there a Slack group for Learn Connected Universities? Actually, we created, if I show you the Slack. So this is the Slack group we created for monitoring within Learn. So at the moment, we only have our own staff, Learn staff, but we were thinking of if you don't have a particular Slack portal, we might consider adding people to this Slack channel as well. So in that case, you can communicate with us on your main link connectivity issues. So for example, let's say if I add, so the question was coming from Ratnayaka, if I add Ratnayaka, so the Ratnayaka will be allowed to have details on Colombo connection. So in this case, we just did a small example on PDN notifications on automating that. Likewise, we can create a notification channel for Colombo and then add Ratnayaka, and then we can create a channel for Kalania and then add Inosha and Tivanka, and then we can create one for Morotu and we can add Morotu people there likewise. So that can be done from our side, but if you want to do the institutional stuff, or if you want to create institutional discussion within yourself, then you have to have some sort of a workspace for your own institutes. So that is why we are asking you to create one, because this is for up to a limit, this is free. So in this case, you can see this is again, we are using the free version, and we have 10K messages. So at the moment, we are just using this much of messages. So 10K is a big number, so you can use 10K messages. Again, 10K means you are not restricted to 10K, but once you reach the 10K, the older messages will get deleted. That is what happened. So here you can see all the messages on our channel. So these are different notifications we did for testing. So all the messages are there. So if everyone insists, we can discuss with our team and add the specific people, only the specific people to this channel as well. So specific means all the network admins who have direct reachability to us will be added to this, but not everyone. So people like Ratna, Kinosha, Vatsala, those guys will be added, but the people who are in this participant list without the admin privileges might not be added. Any other questions?
I think some already installed LibreNMS, I guess, from the earlier workshops. You know. So for those who are new to the institute or configuring new things, experiencing new things, then better if you install and see it.
Yeah, so there were a lot of LibreNMS based workshops earlier. So we will link them to that agenda page. So you can simply later on go to those places and check things and see how those can be worked out.
And also, you know, those things are a bit. I think the versions are a bit old.
Yeah,
so
yeah, there will be little changes, but if you are a network admin, I guess you can figure out that. Tuan, shall we stop the session because now it's like 12 and
okay then. I think
yeah.
And we will meet from the Icinga one.
So
the
in
next
another
one.
in another hour's time we will meet you for the Icinga tutorial, and then
Also,
will be,
another thing, Dylan, better to use another VM, right, for Icinga.
Yeah, definitely. So don't use the same VM to install the Icinga because it will make clashes among the web applications. So LibreNMS again use a lot of memory, but for Icinga it is not a such system that use a lot of memory. So you can use a less VM for Icinga. Okay then, please have your lunch, and then we'll see you in another hour's time. Okay.
All right then, and thank you very much, guys. And this is for me finishing the LibreNMS installation and this part, and in future I guess we have the alerting things and everything will be discussed
Tuan, a small thing that I forgot. It's better if we can all take a group photo before leaving.
Yeah. Then
Guys, can you switch on your camera so we can take your faces and put a nice screenshot?
she's saying that you don't have a camera. It's fine. It's okay. Yeah, that's why next time when you are logging in, better use a photo of your own, then rather than uh, showing the name in there.
Okay, so seems like that is the only faces we can see at the moment. Okay, then we'll drop for lunch and then we'll see you in the evening session at 1 p.m. Okay, thanks,
Okay,
guys.
then have a good evening. And guys, yes, please be prepared for the Icinga one. The session will be start on 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So I hope almost all of you are reconnected. So this session we'll be looking at installing Icinga and then configuring Icinga on different devices. So we will today we will just look at configuring one or two hosts and see how it works. So you can later on do testing by your own and configure a few devices. And then next week will be next day or the third day we'll be adding different services and hosts based on different systems that Icinga uses. So today's session will be first looking at the general installation of different services. Before going into Icinga details, I just want you to know that Icinga is the modern version of the system that we used to have. There was a system called Nagios, and we used to have this Nagios system to do the monitoring at some point, and now they are doing it on the open source level for open source level as Icinga. So this Icinga, you can simply go to icinga.com and then find the details of Icinga package, and basically it comes with the open source licenses, but they have their own paid subscriptions, which includes different levels of supports. So if you want support from them, then you have to buy their subscription. Icinga basically is kind of a CLI mode application where it installed in your system and do all the things using the CLI. And then there's a module for Icinga which is called Icinga Web, and that is a different module. It is not the core of the system. Icinga core is only a command line application. For example, if you are familiar with Windows core server is just a CLI based application server, but if you install normal Windows, Windows server will install on top of that core. Likewise, Icinga will have two parts. First one is the Icinga core, and then the Icinga web. So before you installing Icinga web, you have to install Icinga core and then configure it for Icinga web. If you are familiar with doing things on CLI, then you can simply use Icinga core without having the Icinga web. But nowadays, most of our admins, they like to use the web application. That is why we'll be focusing on Icinga web. So in this session, we'll be installing Icinga core and then Icinga web. Then the other catch is still, if you install the Icinga web, you can't configure devices using Icinga web. Icinga web only allows you to do the monitoring of whatever the things that are configured on the Icinga core. It will just show you the stuff that are configured from the Icinga core. So still you have to configure devices, set up different services, devices, different alerts using Icinga core using CLI. So it's a little bit complex thing to do. You just have to configure a lot of configuration files. You have to map different variables. So that is a little bit hard thing to do. and it takes time, and if you do a single mistake, the whole system will go down. So because of that, there's a web module called Icinga Director. So this Icinga Director will allow you to add host services and then add alerts, do some changes using Icinga API. So this Icinga core does have an Icinga API. So this Icinga API will allow you to do different web-based configuration. For that, there's a module called Icinga Director, and using Icinga Director, you can simply configure different hosts and services and do the alerting using the Icinga web module. So that is what we are targeting. So we will be installing three things: Icinga core, Icinga web, and then the Icinga Director. So Icinga core will be there, Icinga core will be there, Icinga web will be there, and finally Icinga Director will be there. Icinga core is the one that runs on the background doing all the things, and it is the main part. Icinga web will give you the web application or the UI to see what is happening, and the Icinga Director will allow you to do the configuration or adding devices. So in LibreNMS, there was something called add device, but in Icinga web, there's no such thing called add device. That have to be done through Icinga web. And then later we will discuss a few more modules on reporting and alerting. They will also be installed. So because of the complexity of the Icinga installation, Deepti came up with a solution script. So it will make your life easy to do the installation. You just have to download it and run in your system, and there will be few command line changes, but that is the minimal changes. So you can simply run that command and install it in few minutes time. But if you do it manually, then you have to do a lot of work on configuring Icinga core, Icinga web, and then Icinga Director. Yeah, so just before handing on to Deepti, I will just show you the Icinga, one of the installations. So this is the Icinga installation. Before going that, if we go to Icinga website, I think it's icinga.com. So this is Icinga website. You can see a nice page, and all the things are there, what you can do with Icinga. And if you click get started, this will show you what to do. So here you will get the download application links from the Icinga website, and then you have the Icinga basic documentation. This is the pathway of installing Icinga. First, you need to read recommended documents and get an idea on what you are going to do, and then you need to find the recommended resources. So the recommended is like 2 GB RAM and 2 or more cores. And then first thing is to install Icinga, and then Icinga web, and that is all. So at this point, you can work with Icinga, but since we don't have a web-based configuration manager, you have to install Director. So Icinga Director is there, and then there are several modules and plugins again, we might install some of them to do different reporting purposes. Once you install all these things, you have something called Icinga stack. So this Icinga stack, in our case, it's a single server running in our infrastructure, but in a large scale environment, in a production environment, you can also do the distributed monitoring as well. So that is also there in the guide from the Icinga.com, but we are not going to talk on that because it will be a different session, or it will be a different story for you. Okay, so this is one example that we use, and I have installed Icinga stack somewhere, and then you can simply log into that. So these are some of the things you will find from the Icinga website. So there's something called dashboard. So on the when you go to dashboard, you will see the different problems, service problems. So service means the different services that you are monitoring. So in this case, it is saying a DNS test on this particular host is critical. And then there are different other things, and then recovered services. So for example, I did an HTTP test on Uva University website. So yesterday there was some shortage of availability of that particular server. So you can see that has come and that has recovered. And then host problems, and then different ways of illustrating that using different widgets. So we will be showing how to configure these later. So here you can see different problems. Then the overview. So if you click overview, you can see the overview summary, the host you have. So these are all the hosts that I have configured. You can see there are like 10 or 15 hosts. Then services, host groups, service groups, you can group them. Contacts, there can be different contacts. So these are some contacts, testing contacts. And then there are several modules. So one of the modules that we'll be discussing is this business process. And then the Icinga director. This is the Icinga director where you configure host and services. So using Icinga director, you can add hosts, services, and different things. And then you can check history of hosts and events that has happened. You can create reports. You can get PDF reports. You can email. You can create a email report maybe every day or for each month, something like that. Documentation, then the system settings, configuration, and you can create different users as well. So in this case, I just have created a single web user, but we can create multiple web users with different roles. So you can give different users different accesses to access this particular system. So that is Icinga, and as we said earlier, using Icinga, you can you can do again different notifications. So in this case, if I show you this Telegram, you can see Icinga Telegram messages. So there's a problem. The last message is problem host alert test dummy is down. So that is a dummy IP address that I use to check the alerts. So likewise, that is Telegram, and then on Slack, again, there can be different Slack notifications. So for example, this is so this is the Slack Slack notification coming from Icinga. the same service. Okay, so those things we'll discuss later, and again you can configure email as well. Okay, so I'm going back to Icinga installation, and Deepthi, can you start with the configuration part?
Okay, thank you, Tilna. And here Tilna first Tilna briefly explained what is Icinga and the features there. And I think we can go to installation directly with. Let me share my screen. Okay. You can see my screen, right? No any responses.
Yeah, we can see you, Deepthi.
Yes, Deepthi, we can see the screen.
Okay. First, let me go through the our manual. Here actually I have suggested some installation guide like a manual, like a bash file. So it will make your life easy actually, because there are many things to install there. So first, let's just go through like steps. So here we go. Actually, in the script, in using a script, we are installing the core web and backend MySQL, like we are using MariaDB, and creating all databases, and actually API users who we are going to use there. And yeah, those are the things we are going to do using script. And literally these are the things I have mentioned in script, and this is for your reference. And here I do an update and repose. I think you can go through. Let me. Okay. I have put the link on the chat, so I think you can go through it. And we are doing install in the core, and actually we have to install monitoring plugins there, and starting the Icinga service. And this is for your debugging purposes. And this syntax thing is for when you are editing your files in Icinga. And here we are installing the backend database and the modules there. And actually we have to create the databases, users and databases which are gonna use. This is for actually the Icinga2 I do module, and this is for if you are doing it manually. And then the REST API, because we have to create an API user to for configurations. And here we are using this command to install the web API, Icinga web. Here actually we don't need to install Apache separately. And this setup token for start the configuration, web configurations, and we can see what's the token here from the terminal. And we have to create these databases, users and databases before configuring. So I have entered them, and actually right before enabling the director, as Tila mentioned, we have to enable these module like React bundle, IPL, and incubator. So after that we have to active after that we can enable director. Otherwise we can't enable that, it doesn't allow to enable cause it shows an error. So this module is for our reporting thing, and yeah, this is the like overall thing there. So I think we can go to installing our system now. And is it better to use my terminal or ask someone else to share their terminal or screen? What do you guys, what do you think? No responses again.
So a volunteer
Yeah.
would be a better option if someone is willing.
No volunteers.
Okay, guys. So why we are asking is like at the moment Deepthi is at her home and she is having very good internet reception.
Yeah, kind of issue. Yeah.
So it's better if someone can help her.
No one is willing to share their screen. No, I can ask someone to share. Oh, what about? Okay, wait, let me. No one is willing, then I'm gonna share a terminal. Now you can see, right? Yeah, my oh. Okay. Guys, if you are not comfortable, then even you can type in the chat.
Deepthi,
Yeah.
if possible, just go through the script and just explain what is happening on the script. So
Okay.
otherwise
Okay.
people might not
Okay.
understand what is happening.
Okay.
Just
You
put
can.
a cat. Just put a cat on the screen on.
Oh, this is the
download a
script,
script.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. I think this is better if I share my web. Wait.
Yeah, that is also.
Because there are several colors. Yeah. Okay. Now it's okay, right? Okay, guys. Here we go. This is the script I'm gonna use there, and here in first of all I am updating and adding repos to actually download the things we need, like core, and then update again, and then install and restart. So here, what I'm doing is installing the syntax highlighting thing I mentioned there, and then again MariaDB, and here this like I am gonna use a script to install the MySQL, like MariaDB database using this script. And here you no need to do any things or anything, and you can see the root password in home directory. Like there will be a file called password.txt, and there you will see your root password, and install this module, and again enabling, and web installation. And here I am creating a user and database, and assigning privileges. And this is for web, and this database for director. And here you can see, like I showed that there are some modules we have to enable right before we are enabling the director. So these are the modules, and here I am gonna enable the business process module and enabling, and let me show this. Oh, my internet connection is unstable. Here I am using a direct API user, and I am creating a randomly creating a direct API user password, and append into the file. And here I am not using that thing, and you create an random password and append to your file. Actually, you can change that. I am here using, like, I typed it, and here we are enabling the daemon and restart services. So Tirina, let's go through the
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, here I downloaded that.
Share.
Oh,
the
wait.
screen.
Okay. Mhm. Okay. There's no executing permissions. So let me just copy paste it. Now you can see, and I'm gonna start the installation, executing the script. It's like just we have to stare at the screen, but guys, just go through the script and get what there is. here this is after installing the MariaDB, and this is for, I think you can see I do my SQL. So we are gonna say yes, and again yes, and it's gonna ask password. So this is gonna be used to Icinga2 database and user. So you will have to remember that. Okay, that's all you have to do while installing using the script. Otherwise, if you want to do manual installing, you can. Okay, installing is done now. We can here. Yeah, now we are gonna configure the rest. Okay, we have come up to this step, and now I am gonna configure. So you would better, I think you would better do that with me if you can. Let me share my okay, now you can see, right? Now we have come up to this thing, and I have taken the setup. Here I have loaded the web setup configuration. So let me go to my terminal and get the token. Okay, I got the token, and I'm gonna use that. Okay, now we can enable all. I'm gonna enable all the modules. So you can enable the modules you want to enable. Okay, and next, and here you can see the modules we have enabled and installed all the modules. Here these missing course we are using MySQL, not Postgres. So next. Okay, now we are using this authentication type as database as it is, and do next. And here, okay, yeah, I am using this thing 6 and database name as 2 web 2, and here password. Let me share my terminal. Okay, here this is, you can see, right? You can change the location in the script, and I redirected the password text into the home. So I am gonna get this password. You can see my SQL root password is this, and Icinga web password means the Icinga web 2 database. Database meaning user, and here this is for director. So you can copy paste the passwords. These all are for MySQL database. So I'm gonna copy this. And okay, I'm not sure whether it 8. And if you can want to validate, do that, and you can see whether it's connecting. Yeah, I'm gonna let me use my name. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we are gonna click next, and here you can see this next, and it's no monitoring Icinga. Here I am gonna use Icinga2 because it shows that Icinga, and but in the database you can check it's gonna be Icinga2. And next port is my MySQL port Icinga2, username also that Icinga2. Password is going to be the password we assigned while installing. So I'm going to type that, and you can test this and validate. It's going to be successfully validated. And next, and here I'm going to use localhost because it's localhost, and API username. Let me share my terminal again. Okay. Now I think you can see my terminal. I am gonna go into this directory in the server we are using. Icinga2 configurations. Okay. Now cat API user file. Here, these are the API users we added using our script, and this is Icinga Web 2, and I am gonna copy this password. So let me share my browser again. Okay. Now Icinga Web 2 password. If you want to validate. Oh, wait. Connection repairs. Let me restart. Restart the service. Okay. If there is something like doesn't want to validate itself, then restart the services and check. Like Icinga2 service. Next, and keep the thing and click next. The connection is lost. Okay. It's like my internet connection is kind of messing up here.
Deepthi, so while that gets connected, shall we ask others whether they have done?
Yeah.
Yeah, so others.
Yeah. So it's just downloading the script and running the script. That's all.
Yeah. And only thing you have to
Yeah.
go back to few locations and retrieve those passwords.
Yeah.
And so one point there was you have to include the password
Getting passwords
during
and
the,
only that API user passwords.
yeah, so you have to include one of those passwords during the installation. So make sure you remember that password is specifically for the ID or MySQL thing, and other passwords are on the script.
Yeah. Script. We have we are done with configurations. So let me go. I think it's better if someone share their screen and show, right?
Yeah, so we'll give them little time.
Yeah.
Because it's just a matter of time for the download.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Here you go. So is anyone willing to share their screen? I'm gonna stop sharing. Okay. No one is asking questions, so willing to share the screen.
Yeah, hello. I got a problem here. Once I run the script, it in the middle I lost the electricity. Then I rerun the script, but now it says cannot start user share Icinga Web 2 modules director country systems. Icinga director service, no such file or directory. Fail to enable unit file. Icinga director service does not exist. Fail to start Icinga director service. But once I go to the web view, it shows me the problem is I'm in another machine. I cannot share my machine because it is in another computer.
That means there is no file. That means there is some kind of downloading issue.
So I have to rerun the script, right?
Yeah. Rerun and check that.
Okay. So if you can enable me to connect from another Zoom, I can share my screen.
sure, Varuna. Yeah, you can connect.
1 minute.
Only thing, make sure you mute your audio,
Sure.
otherwise it will create feedback.
Another thing that I think that they have used another VM to install this one.
Yeah, it's a separate VM.
Yeah. So please run the script on a different VM.
Deepthi, I have think you can add the no-hop command before the script file and run the script in background, so that problem will not arise again. Hello?
Yeah, that is if the VM is on a different network. But if you are running on local machine, there's no use of that.
No, I mean if the network. Okay, if it's a remote session, it should be.
For
I
a
think
remote
better to
session,
add one anyway.
have talked while muting, right? Okay. Yes, Varuna, did he connect?
It seems like there's no one to share their screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm connecting.
Okay, share your screen.
This is the message.
Yeah, that's because the last, like there's some lines to download the service. So it can't find out the service.
Shall I run it
so
again?
That's why it's saying okay, let's run it.
Yeah, it stops at the same place.
It's the copy thing, right? Wait.
Varuna, seems like some of those SQL
What was
paths might have conflicted with the second time.
Might be it's went out in the middle, so something crashed or partially installed.
Yeah, can you go a little up with the with this debug? So yeah, so there are several error paths.
Yeah.
And then it shows that some already installed and some of them are already exist. Like,
yeah.
so what about
you have to clean it off and reinstall
Yeah,
them,
so if you can remove those databases from SQL and then rerun, might work.
Okay.
Just go to MySQL -u root.
You should have to write a reverse script also.
Yeah. Yeah, you just type MySQL minus u root.
You have to go to
Yeah, there's and then minus p. First
use
It's
super
all
user.
changed.
sudo.
Use sudo so and
Okay.
was like you are using without. Okay.
Show databases. Semicolon. Here drop director semicolon.
Drop database.
Database directory.
DB, no? Database. Icinga2.
No, not Icinga.
Only director.
Tirina, shall we go up and again we can see that one, right? The existing ones. I think.
Web also.
Yeah, web and director.
Web 2, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Shall I rerun now?
Yeah, let's see.
I think you better go first. Go to the root and then you better to install it.
Seems like we need to purge Icinga.
User is there. User is not.
Yeah, just type sudo apt purge Icinga. Icinga2.
Icinga2.
Purge.
Yeah, purge Icinga2.
Right?
Yeah. Now go back to SQL and delete those databases.
Databases and users also.
All three databases.
Icinga.
Right.
Yeah. Go up.
I may
It's
try
not
with
fine.
different. I'll clone another virtual machine and try from the beginning, right?
I think
Use
it's
like
better if you
super
create a
soup.
new one. I mean, don't clone it.
Yeah, it's with a different one I have. I'll clone another one and try. Let me give some time, okay? I'll share back.
Anyone else or any questions? Okay, so there was a question asking to describe those, describe the purpose of those modules. Let's see, let's try whether I can describe that. Okay, hope everyone can see my this thing. So on the bottom you can see the manual instructions of Icinga installing. So I'll just quickly go on few steps. To install Icinga2 core service, you need to on Ubuntu you can use apt install, so it's very easy. But in other operating systems, you might have to download the source files and do a compiling. And then after installing Icinga, you have to install something called monitoring plugin, because Icinga uses different applications to do the testing of whatever the systems that you are monitoring. So those are included in the package called monitoring plugins. Then these are some additional things. So Icinga people have created a package called Vim Icinga2. So it will add colors to the configuration files when you are editing them using VIM. But if you are using Nano to edit, those are already included with the Icinga common package. So you don't have to include this if you are a Nano person. But if you are using VIM, then you can install this as well. And then in this case, we are installing MariaDB as the database backend. So for Icinga, they use a different package called Icinga2 I do MySQL. So if we need Icinga to use MySQL, we need to install this particular package. If you are installing some other package, let's say Postgres, then there's another one called Icinga2 I do PGSQL. So something like that. Then the database creations and schema updating. So these are done on that script, and then you need to enable that feature on Icinga. So installing I do MySQL will include the files into Ubuntu, but you have to enable it from the Icinga side. So that is done by this particular command. Then you have to restart. So those are there. And then the Icinga core and Icinga web connects with each other using the Icinga API. To use Icinga API, first you need to set up the Icinga API. Once you do the Icinga API setup, it will create several certificate files and default root user with the default password. And then later on, you can edit this particular file and add new users. So that is also done on the script using some commands. So in this case, here we are describing how that is done manually. You can add something like this and give them permission for particular API user. So this API user will be connected on the Icinga web. And the other thing, Icinga web needs PHP. Because of that, you need to install Apache PHP modules and libraries. Then once that happens, you need to authorize your Icinga web to use a particular core system. So that is done by issuing a token from the Icinga core. So that is done by this. So when you enter this command, there will be a token created. You have to copy paste that token into the Icinga web installation wizard. Okay, so later on, there will be two other databases. Earlier database was created for the Icinga core services, and the other two is like one for the Icinga web database to run the Icinga web, and the other one to run the Icinga director. So three applications: core one, web one, and the director. For this director to work, there will be few dependencies. One is this React bundle. So that is installed using these few commands. So it's easy to download modules for Icinga, and then you just have to Icinga CLI module enable and then the module name. So it's just a matter of copying or cloning the files into a particular file, particular folder, and then enabling it from the command line. So this React bundle and then IPL bundle and incubator needs to be installed before enabling the director module. So again, the director comes as another module that is also have to be downloaded in the same way. So that is why it's like this, and then it have to be enabled as a module like the previous modules as well. And then additionally, we use some module called business process. So this business process is there to do nice alerting and nice graphics. So on the availability of the devices and the services that you are monitoring. So that business process module is enabled using these few commands. And then the director service have to be run as a service. So the director have to be run as a service. There are several scripts, so that can be done using these commands. So these services have to be run, otherwise Icinga director won't work. So those are the simplest explanation of these installation commands and the modules. Any other questions regarding that? Once you do the installations, those SQL passwords will be saved on a place called / your home directory and password.txt. You can just do a grep or cat on home passwords. You will see the SQL passwords. You will need that for the web installation.
Yeah, while they are installation, they can change the location as they want.
Yeah, if you edit that script before running that, you can change the location if for whatever the location you like. But running the same script more than once might create issues like what we saw with Varuna. So because of that,
seems like if they are rerunning the script, then have to clean whole database, like also including users.
Yeah, so it's better not to rerun the script because we are not testing testing what are installed and what is not. So that is something that we have to put in the script. So actually the script that we gave was like something to make your life easy, and what we have included is all the installation lines into a single location, so you don't have to copy paste, but you can simply run that code. Otherwise you have to go to Icinga documentation and then copy paste all those lines from that to your console. Once you get the initial dashboard, you can see some existing hosts and services. So those are coming from your local host. When you are installing Icinga core, it will add few sample services based on your local host. Local host means the place where you are running the core. The other thing is you can install core in a server, and then you can install the web module in a different server. So it doesn't matter where you install them, you can install it on any location, but in our case we are doing it on the same server. So when you log into the dashboard for the first time, you will see a few existing services. So those are the things that this particular Icinga instance is checking on its local host. So basically the HTTP service, whether it's working, disk space, whether it is on the required free space, swap, ping, or the network connectivity, SSH, if IPv6 is enabled, then the IPv6 connectivity, number of processors, etc. So there are those things. So in my case, if I go to this installation, if I go to the overview, you can see some of the things that I have enabled. And apart from that, there's this, you can see something called Icinga2. So this Icinga2 is the server name of that particular server. So that is why it's called Icinga2. But in that screenshot, you can see something called learn, where learn is the server host name. So if I click on one of those services, you can see the things that are configured on that particular host. So in this host, there's a ping command running already, and you can see the notification, check execution time. So the last check was like this much time ago, and then next check will happen on this. If I click on this, so this is to check the availability of this particular router, and you can see the commands on that. If I click this, the same thing. Here for this particular host, I have given a icon. So here you can see this particular host has a different icon here because this is a custom made icon. So that can be configured when you are configuring services. So if I go to services, you can see different services. This is testing DNS. So I'm testing DNS service on this IP address. So actually you can see this is one of our DNS servers that we host at Learn. And for this DNS service, I am testing whether it resolves this IP, whether it resolves this value www.ac.lk, and whether it gives the answer as this. So this is the IP address that should be resolved by this particular DNS value. So you can see the plugin output. So this is saying DNS okay, this much seconds response time, and this is that. But if somehow you see a different value, then it will give you a warning saying DNS is working, but it's resolving something else. So in this case, there's no DNS service running on this particular site. Because of that, it is giving me a timeout, and timeout means a critical issue. Again, here it's testing the same lookup. So these are some examples what you can do with Icinga. So this is just the Icinga web. We haven't still went through this Icinga director. If there are no questions, okay. So Inoshi is asking what to put for DB user of I do MySQL. So that is the one you entered manually during the installation. So that particular password, we are not entering it on any of our scripts. So it will be asked from you by the installer. For that, you have to remember that password and enter it. Deepthi, shall we continue the director installation?
Okay. Let me. Okay, you can see my screen, right? Okay.
Yeah.
This is the dashboard we can see after login as the Icinga web, and here you can see that there's no configuration here. So we have to make a DB resource first. So I'm gonna go to configurations. Actually, you can see the configuration like the way to configure in the documentation. There is module documentation and all. You can go through that all later. And to configure the resource, we are gonna go to configuration and application, and here you can see 3 tabs, and here we're gonna use resources, and you can see these 2, and I'm gonna use resource names, director DB. Okay, I'm gonna use like that, and SQL port, database. We have created the director database and user using the script, and again password. Let me go to the server I use and see the password. Home passwords, and there will be a password for director, MySQL director, and password UTF-8 as character sets. Okay. If you're gonna do configure validation, let me. Okay, save changes. Now I'm gonna go to this, and select the resource and create schema. And here as endpoint, you can use, here you can see Icinga, that's the host name here. So I'm using Icinga, so I'm going to use Icinga here and host name as localhost. And port, this is the port. And again, you have to go to the API file in, I am not sharing the terminal now, and it's etc Icinga2 conf.d, and the other file called API users, and you can see director user and copy the password, and API user is director and import.
So this
Okay.
kickstart import, what it does is it will read through the core Icinga code configuration, and it will list all the existing settings on the director. So those, it will take a little time, maybe a few minutes, and then there will be around 200 something changes.
Yeah, then you have to go to activity log, and here there is something called deploy blah 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 pending changes, and number can be varied. So you are gonna use now, it's gonna deploy itself, so we'll have to wait. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can see
the
so
other
many things
thing,
here.
we need to mention this. When you do any change on, when you do whatever the change on director, you have to come back to activity log and then
deploy.
click deploy, because it won't be applied to your Icinga core unless you deploy that.
Yeah. And here now we have deployed, and then let's add a host, right?
Oh, we'll wait few minutes till others come.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. It's Icinga2. I do my SQL model.
Okay, so installing, when you are running that script, make sure to remember the password that you enter for Icinga module, Icinga MySQL I do modules, because if you can't remember that,
Actually,
then
actually that's the only, that's the only password you have to remember, like unless it's the login user. Others are automatically like randomly created, then entered to the file.
Since no one is asking any question, I'll just try to explain some of the files in the Icinga installation. If you can, I hope everyone can see my screen. So, in this location, it's just the home folder for my user, but the Icinga working directory will be something called etc Icinga. So actually Icinga and Icinga web will have two different folders. I'm talking about the Icinga core directory. You don't have to do much on Icinga web 2 configuration path, but you might need to do different things on Icinga 2. So the location is etc Icinga 2 for Ubuntu, and then if I do ls, that is something like this. There will be several configuration folders and different configuration files. Because we did install Icinga director, you don't have to do any changes on these files. But if you don't install Icinga director, then you have to apply those changes in these files. So most of the time we will be not touching any of these files in the Icinga configuration directory except for the folder location called scripts. I'll come into the location scripts in a minute, but first we'll look at configuration directory or the Icinga2 conf default value. So if I do more on Icinga2 configuration file, you will see the different default configurations, including other files. So all the files are distributed. That is why there are a lot of includes. So this includes the constant zones, different other folders, features. And then again, you can simply add any other directory if you want to include here. So if you are manually creating devices, or if you are manually setting up systems, you can simply add a new folder into this location and include something like include_recursive and that file folder name. So like you can simply take a copy of this and change the folder name to whatever the folder you create. So that is the Icinga2 conf, and it contains all the include locations. So for example, it had something called constants. So if I do a cat on constants, these are the constant values that will be used in the whole Icinga installation. So the plugin directory, there's something called plugin directory. Plugin directory would be something like this. You can see the word Nagios because still we are using Nagios plugins for Icinga. And then manual plugin locations, a lot of plugin locations, and then the node name. So the node name is the name that the system identifies its instance. So in this case, the default value would be Icinga, but if you have multiple Icinga instances, you can simply change this into different names, different values. So all the locations that use this particular constant or the node name will be changed with that particular value. But if you change this node name, you have to rerun that API setup command. Otherwise, API won't work because API highly depends on the certificates. Because of that, you have to reset that value as well. Zone name is again the same. Zone means you can create multiple zones. In this case, the default zone is called Icinga. Zone means whatever the devices that you put in your zone or whatever the location or the environment. So let's say if there are multiple locations, you can create zone 1, zone 2 or something like that, and then you can add particular zone 1 services into zone 1 and zone 2 services into zone 2 likewise. So it's just a grouping. And then again, if you are creating multiple nodes and if you are having remote ticketing systems, you can use this ticket salt values. It's a random generated number value for testing the keys. Then configuration of zones is on zone.conf. So these are the zone values. You can see the default endpoint and the zone endpoint are based on those constant values. And then there's a global zone called global template. So there are different templates used in the Icinga system. So those are included in the global templates. Those are global values. And then for the director installation, there's something called director global. So all the director enabled services or hosts will be applied into the zone called director global. These are some examples on how you include multiple systems if you are running multiple monitoring servers on your location. So these are some commented content. Next, I'll just go to zones.b folder. So there's just a file. If you have multiple zones, you can create those zones in this zones.d folder without changing zones.conf. The default configurations are on conf.d. So on conf.d, you can see several configuration files. These are all coming on the default configuration. You can simply remove any of these except for API users.conf, because API users.conf is the place where all the API connections are mentioned. As Deepthi earlier showed you, API users, these are the API users in this instance. And the other thing is, I'm showing this in public, but in your case, don't share API passwords in public. For us, this is only for the illustration. And then we can see app. So at the moment, apps are blank and APT. So this is a generic service called APT. So APT system is being checked. APT, so there's a check command called APT where it checks whether the APT is updated or whether it's having any updates. So that is done on the local host. That is what you can see. There's a service called APT, a generic service type. And the check command is APT and it runs on the host name equal to node name. So if there's a APT update, you will see if you enable alerts, you will get an email saying your server is having an APT update. So simply you can log back into your system and then do the you can simply run APT update by manual. So that is what APT means. And then okay, I'll just show the commands conf. You can create different commands here. You can create different bash scripts. So in this case, you can see there's a script for sending emails. So this script is on the configure directory // something somewhere. So this config directory is etc Icinga2 and then on scripts and the bash command. So likewise, you can simply create a lot of or whatever the script you like and then put it on that location, and then from in our case we can do this with director, but if you're doing it manually you can simply replicate the same command and then pass different values from your Icinga instance into the script. So in this location you can see different arguments. For example, this -4 is an argument for this script, and we are passing this particular value to this -4 argument. So likewise, there are several there are a lot of arguments passing. So for example, this one -r is a required value and the value is equal to this. Likewise, then there's another command for service notification. So notification happens in two ways, one for host and one for notification. So there are two things in the Icinga system, hosts and notifications. When you are creating notification emails, you have to define two scripts, one for host and one for notification. So this is what you see here. Okay. Then I'm not going to go into all. So the downtimes defines the downtime or the time frames. If you want to define any downtime for the systems, you can define them. For example, let's say if you want to set the downtime every, let's say every night or every 2 a.m. you will get a downtime for a particular service, then you need to tell that into Icinga saying at that time that particular service is on a downtime. So if you don't do that, your Icinga will put alerts saying that particular service went down at that time. So that is because you haven't configured downtimes. So that can be configured on downtimes, and then groups. These hosts and services can be grouped under groups. And I'll just open host file. So this is the host file. Here you can see the object host node name. So node name was the constant that we saw earlier. So it is having these values. And it is defined that OS of this particular host is a Linux OS, and there's a HTTP running on this particular path. Or if the path is a different value, then you can simply change this. It's checking disk values. This partition is just root, and then notification, who to notify if something goes wrong. So this is where we define who to notify. So here there's a group called Icinga admins, and Icinga admins will be notified using mails. So here by default mail is configured. Because of that, Icinga admins will be notified. I'll again go into the users list. Cat users. So these are the users in this location. So actually there's just one user called Icinga admin. It's a generic user, and that particular user is on a group called Icinga admins, and the email of that particular user is root at localhost. So we haven't done any changes yet. So if you want to give a actual email address, you can simply edit this and put your email address as the admin, or you can create a new user as well. Okay, so that is just the configuration here. And then if I go back, you will see features enabled. If you do ls on features enabled, you can see all the features that were enabled on this installation. So by default, AP checker, main log, and notification will be there, but we enabled I do MySQL and API. And PKI, it's still empty. And then scripts, you can see 2 scripts, one for creating email notifications by host and another one for services. So those are the main parts of the configuration. But as we are using the director will not director won't be changing these files, so you don't have to manually edit these files. But what you have to do is you have to do those configurations on the director directly. Only thing that you will do in this location is you can simply add scripts into this script location and then map them in on the Icinga director system. Deepthi, shall we include host?
Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, you can see my screen, right? Here, using director, actually, we were at the place configuring the director, and now we are going to include the host. And here, before adding a host, we have to make a host template. So we go to Icinga director, host, and then host template and add. And here I am gonna use like, let me use generic host. And check command, I am gonna check whether it's alive. And 10 minutes. And try interval like 1 minute. And max. Let me try 10 times. And 1 minute. And here I'm gonna use yes and volatile no. Okay, now I have created a host template, and I'm gonna go to activity log, and here you can see deploy one, deploying the pending changes, and I have to click that, and it's gonna be deployed. Yeah, it's done. And go to host, and now I am going to add a host. So it asks us to choose a host template. So I'm going to use generic, and I thought to add our EduROM server. Okay. Actually, you guys don't add EduROM, okay? EduROM to, okay, let's add that. Okay, now again we can see a white notification here. Again, deploy one pending changes. It's deploying that. Here it's pending. You can see that in the overview, and it will take some time, little time. Again, I am going to go to until it's going to be done. Let's go to, it's also again pending. Let's go to services. Like we had to add a host template. Also, we have to add the service template right before adding the services. So here I am going to add, let's say, easiest thing, HTTP. Okay, I am going to check. It's loading, right? So you can easily check that. Okay, again 1 minute. Max, yes, 5, 10. Okay. I want to send notifications and volatile. No. And add the service template. Again. Wait. Again, go to activity log, and you can see deploy one pending changes, and have to click that. Okay, it's deployed. You can see the things you have done here. And I'm going to add the service. Go to Icinga director, services, and single service. And here, eduroam HTTP. Here you can select generic host or your host. I'm going to select the host and check. Okay. And oh, wait. Okay. Because we have to import the template. And at the first time, it shows us as add, and after shows as store. So go to activity log and have to deploy. And that's how you are gonna add the services and hosts, like commands and all. And go to dashboard and see these are pending things. And let me go to overview. And you can see eduroam is up. And the services, here it's doing a ping to whether it is up and blah blah, and now it's okay. You can see the service HTTP is okay in eduroam. Likewise, you can add the services and host and all other things. And cleaner.
Yeah, so that is how we include host and services in the most simplest way. Few more ways of adding host and services we might show you in the next session on next Tuesday. So any questions regarding this installation?
Actually, again, we have to remind the guys that if they are using a remote server, then have to add that and at the end of the command, like executing the script. And otherwise, when the session is closed, the whole process is going to be broken. Like what happened to Aruna.
Yeah. So this is one of the examples with some CSS stuff. You can see there are few contacts, contact groups, and then on the Icinga director, you can see the host created. So these are created on the host section, and the templates, services, service templates. So these are some service templates. I'm checking www and https. So those are two things. With www, that is checking the HTTP, but if I go to HTTPS, it's checking HTTPS. So in this HTTPS, there's something called HTTPS SSL, and it should be checked. And for DNS, so this is a sample template testing a DNS server against this lookup. So this will do a DNS lookup on this particular value, and then if it resolves into this, then that means the DNS is working. But if it doesn't resolve, or if it is resolved something else, then it will give you an error or an alert. So that is how the services work. So these are some of the services that we defined for the testing purposes. I guess I got dropped. Okay, any questions? If you go to Icinga director commands and then on external commands, you can see the list of commands that you can use to do the checks. So in this example, we used host available and ping and HTTP. Likewise, there are a lot of other commands. You can simply go through this list and see what are the commands that you can use. And if you don't know how to use them, you can simply ask us, or you can simply Google. There's a nice Icinga community, so there are a lot of help material on each of these command lines commands. So simply you can Google them and do the checking. Any questions? Okay, so today before stopping the session, I just want to remind that tomorrow we will not have the session due to the COVID lockdown relaxation day, because tomorrow being the relaxation date for the lockdown. The next session will be on 1st of June, and then on that day we will go into more details of Icinga installation and then alerting in LibreNMS and Icinga. But since we have a week's time from today to next Tuesday, so that is on next Tuesday, not next Monday. So on next Tuesday, since it's on next Tuesday, we expect each of you to do at least a single installation of Icinga somewhere for the testing, because you will need that installation to do the examples on next day's configuration slides. So to do the alerting, to do the testing, you need to have a working instance of Icinga and LibreNMS. So please try to install them somewhere on 2 different servers, so that you can simply use that in our configuration samples. So the other thing is, for the last workshop, we had to decide who completed the workshop based on your activities that were shown. In the similar way, we might do the same thing for this workshop. So workshop certificates will be only issued for those who have completed activities, especially configuring Icinga and configuring LibreNMS. So it doesn't mean that you have to have some working devices like SNMP capable devices, but if you can install these services somewhere and then show your working instance to us on next Tuesday, then you will get these certificates. Otherwise, we can't. Otherwise, we will not be sending your name to the completed list when our managers ask for that. Okay, so that is something that we needed to remind you. Yeah, so Vatsala has shared his instance IP. Let's see how it works. Oh.
Use Icinga Web 2.
Icinga Web. Okay, so likewise, we hope everyone else can come up with some examples. So it doesn't need to have a working IP address, but at least some local IP, and then the capability of testing 1 or 2 servers. At least try to ping Google from your Icinga instance from your LibreNMS instance. Okay, any questions? Okay, so there's a question asking check commands. So just go to Icinga director commands, and then there's something called external command, which I showed 10 minutes ago. Just go to that external command location, and you will see around 200 commands that are available to do the checking. Okay. Okay, then since it's 3 p.m., I will be stopping the webinar and stopping this meeting and the session. If you have any question regarding regarding installation, please put us an email. So you have 1 week time to do the testing, to do the installation in whatever the VM that you are using. Again, if you like, you can do the production installation as well. So the installation steps will be the same, except don't run the script on the production server, because the script was like for you to do at the workshop, not on the production environment. Go to that script in GitHub, the link to the link that we provided, and then run those commands one by one manually on the production environment if you are really installing that to do the monitoring. The difference between LibreNMS and Icinga is LibreNMS, they collect all the SNMP data, continuous data on things like traffic, availability, likewise. And then, but for Icinga, it is only for the availability. It will check different conditions on different systems, and it will alert you based on that availability. So that is the main difference of those two systems. So you can do things, you can do Icinga things from LibreNMS, you can do LibreNMS things from Icinga, but there are things that both can't do. So we will discuss those things later next week. Many complex networks, they use Icinga, they don't use LibreNMS, because LibreNMS, they use a lot of resources. So keep that in mind. If you have a big network, if you want to do real-time monitoring, then go for Icinga, don't go for LibreNMS. If you are using LibreNMS, then try to stick with 1 minute polling. Don't go beyond that, or don't go below that interval. Okay, those are some examples, and we'll be uploading this recording into YouTube. Someone asked about that. We'll be putting this in YouTube, and we'll be linking it to the agenda page maybe by tomorrow. Okay, so then thank you, and see you all next week. Stay safe, don't go outside. See you all next week during the Icinga session on 1st of June. Thank you all.